It's working. The committee will come to order.
Come on, get off your phone.
Good morning.
Good morning. We got mics today? We get mics today?
I think so. The committee reconvenes and continues its markup of previously noticed measures of quorum being present. I would like to remind members that we will be taking a photograph of the full committee immediately following markup votes later today. This should take no longer than 15 minutes. The committee will now consider 3 resolutions related to its organization. I ask unanimous consent that the following resolutions be approved. A resolution electing majority members to the subcommittee on investor protection, entrepreneurship, and capital markets of the Committee on Financial Services. A resolution establishing the task force on artificial intelligence in the Committee on Financial Services, and a resolution establishing the task force on financial technology in the Committee on Financial Services. Without objection, it is so ordered. I will now recognize myself for 1 minute on the resolutions. I would like to congratulate Mr. Sherman on his successful election by both committee Democrats and the House Democratic Caucus to serve as chair of the Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets Subcommittee. Congressman Sherman is a long-serving senior member of the Financial Services Committee. He is a strong advocate for consumer rights and protections and was among those of us who were instrumental in setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to ensure that American consumers would be protected from Wall Street greed and excess. His decades of work as a certified public accountant has greatly contributed to the many consumer-focused bills he has drafted on the financial services space. Mr. Sherman will join the very talented, experienced, and diverse leadership of our 6 subcommittees and 2 task forces. The work of the Investor Protection Subcommittee is extremely important, and I look forward to working with Congressman Sherman to implement the ideas he has for protecting investors and ensuring our capital markets are available to all Americans.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, the ranking member.
I concur with Chairwoman Waters, and I appreciate the decision their caucus made on the new leadership of the Capital Markets Subcommittee. And Congressman Sherman is a longtime member of the committee and shown a great deal of interest in not just foreign policy, which is another important part of his reputation and activity in legislating, but an important member of this committee. And so I congratulate you, Mr. Sherman, on this new leadership post in this very important subcommittee. And I also want to commend Chairwoman Waters for the 2 task forces that we have on fintech, on financial technology, which I think will be a more dominant discussion of this committee, and artificial intelligence, for us to understand its impact in terms of making regulation and making sure that we regulate it appropriately. Those 2 things are fantastic opportunities for bipartisanship. Chairwoman Waters and I have legislated in the past on these subjects, and I think it's important that members understand that this is a great opportunity for us to build consensus so that we can legislate and make sure that we're ahead of what's happening in the marketplace, or at least keeping pace. With that, I have 2 new leaders from the Republican side of the aisle on artificial intelligence. Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia will take Mr. Emmer's place on that important task force. And Mr. Emmer has been a longtime leader of financial technology and interest in that area, and he'll take the leadership post for the Republicans on that subcommittee. We had, in order to replace French Hill, we needed 2 individuals to do it, which shows his capacity, and he'll be a great leader on the terrorism subcommittee, as we've previously announced. So with that, thank you, Chairwoman Waters, for your leadership, and encourage members to support.
Will the chair yield?
Thank you very much for your kind words.
Will the chair yield? Over here to your right. Over here, on your right. Heisinger from Michigan.
Okay. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. Well, and I won't take that. I just wanted to congratulate my friend from California as we get to work together on this subcommittee, and I'm looking forward to it. So congratulations, and we'll be off and running, I'm sure, shortly. So thank you. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank our ranking member for his kind words of support and for his great interest in the 2 special committees that we have organized. I think that is important work to be done there, and I'm very pleased that our 2 task forces will be working very aggressively to bring us up to date on where we should be on both of these subject areas. Thank you very much. Yield back.
Well, Joe,
Gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
I just want to thank the caucus for the opportunity to chair the subcommittee. This committee has become the committee of chairmen of committees. I'm sitting all the way down here. Everyone on that side chairs a full committee, whether it be small business or whether it be government investigations. We're all proud of our friend Carolyn Maloney, who will take on her new role as chair of a full committee. I look forward to hearing from not only Mr. Heisinger, but everyone here on your ideas as to what our subcommittee ought to be doing in terms of hearing ideas and witnesses to call. And in addition to everything else the subcommittee has done, I plan to look a little bit more at accounting issues. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now calls up H.R. 1731, the Cybersecurity Disclosure Act of 2019. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 1731, a bill to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to promote transparency in the oversight of cybersecurity risks at publicly traded companies. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America.
Without objection, the first reading of H.R. 1731 is dispensed with. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, the sponsor of the bill, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance and are on the dais. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1731, offered by Mr. Himes of Connecticut. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Cybersecurity Disclosure Act of 2019.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and considered base text for purposes of further amendment. I now recognize the gentleman from Connecticut for 5 minutes to explain the bill and his amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The objective of H.R. 1731 is very simple. It is to give investors the most basic information about the cybersecurity posture of the public companies they invest in. Now is a fascinating inflection point on cybersecurity. It is a moment in time in which companies are investing billions of dollars in cybersecurity protection. It is also a moment in time where just about every week we hear about a new breach which exposes the personal information of Americans and places a great amount of economic risk onto the companies that are hacked. The bill before us requires a straightforward, relatively modest disclosure. Companies would have to say if there was a member of their board of directors that has experience in cybersecurity, and if not, the bill would require the company to describe what other cybersecurity aspects were taken into account by persons responsible for identifying and evaluating nominees for the company's governing board. It is a very light touch idea, simply emphasizing the importance at this point in time of having cybersecurity expertise at the highest levels of publicly traded disclosing companies. I don't need to remind my colleagues that the number of cyber attacks is going to climb year after year and increase in their sophistication. If public companies don't act now, they risk falling behind, putting not just their company and shareholders at risk, but quite frankly, the economy as a whole at risk. Building on the strong bipartisan negotiation of the Insider Trading Act, for which I again thank Mr. McHenry and Mr. Huizenga for their cooperation, I really do believe we put together a bill that was not a compromise, but a better bill because it was bipartisan. I will point out that the February 2018 President Trump's Council of Economic Advisors report, called the Economic Report to the President, identified cyber risk as a place where firms have underinvested, and further goes on to say, quote, certain mandatory disclosure requirements were previously shown to incentivize firms to adopt better business practices, unquote. So here we have the President's Council of Economic Advisors pointing in the direction of what this bill would do. Madam Chair, I seek unanimous consent to actually put page 351 of the Economic Report to the President in the record.
Without objection, such is the order.
And before closing, I want to stress the simplicity of this disclosure. We're not asking firms to catalog all of the different avenues of cyber intrusions or to estimate the amount of losses if they were to be a victim. We're simply asking that they disclose whether anyone on their board of directors has the kind of capability necessary to provide the oversight in the cybersecurity realm, and if not, to explain to their investors how they think about this. Let me close by saying, again, in the spirit of bipartisanship, this is a companion bill to a bipartisan bill in the Senate led by Senator Jack Reed and co-led by Senators Snowe, Warner, and Kennedy, as well as Senator Jones, and has the support of a long list of consumer advocates, investors, and security law experts, including the Council of Institutional Investors, the National Association of State Treasurers, CalPERS, academics at MIT, Harvard, Columbia, and the Consumer Federation of America. So, Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to offer this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Chair, strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This legislation before us today would simply require private companies to disclose the amount of cybersecurity experience that exists on their board of directors. The Cybersecurity Disclosure Act does not require the disclosure of efforts to improve cybersecurity, nor does it require the disclosure of actual breaches. It just discloses the experience of people who have little or no role in the business's day-to-day cybersecurity efforts. This is yet another example, in my view, of legislation by the majority that does not have any basis in any way of a way a business is run and does not solve any problems that the majority claims exists. Each individual business is able to determine the knowledge needed to comprise its board of directors. The federal government does not need to place erroneous reporting requirements on businesses in an attempt to determine what role cybersecurity plays in the business decisions of a company. The fact is, the experience a board of directors has with cybersecurity in no way reflects how seriously that company is invested in cybersecurity. In addition, we start requiring reporting requirements on the previous business experience of an individual board. Where does it end? What is disappointing about this legislation? It does nothing to improve the cybersecurity of businesses in the country. This committee should be focusing on issues such as the utter confusion resulting in the California privacy law and the difficulties this state law creates for all companies attempting to comply with it. I had a conversation yesterday with an individual on the other side of the aisle who is concerned about this issue. Where have we been? What have we done? Nothing to date. California privacy law is messing up everything with regards to where people are, businesses are, with data security, and we have yet to have a hearing on this. This committee should be focusing on how a uniform federal data security and breach notification standard will help businesses focus on cybersecurity for their customers instead of a sea of red tape that exists within the myriad of state laws on cybersecurity. This committee should be focusing on how data aggregators and other businesses contain massive amounts of financial data with no oversight from the financial regulators. We've had those individuals in front of our committee over the last several months here, and yet we have no hearings on this, no bills out there to try and discuss this. We've had regulators in front of us that point out problems, and yet we're worried about whether we have somebody on the board that has some cybersecurity background, which everybody in any sort of big institution knows you hire somebody to be able to solve that problem and then work with them at that point. This bill is designed to make it appear like this committee is taking action on cybersecurity. In reality, this bill does little to improve cybersecurity and simply places a meaningless reporting requirement on businesses. For those reasons, I'll oppose this measure and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this important piece of legislation. I thank Representative Himes for bringing us H.R. 1731, the simple requirement that companies disclose whether any member of its governing body, board of directors, has the expertise, the experience necessary to protect and combat violations of cybersecurity. Boards of directors are so very important. Why would anyone want to stand in the way of making sure that each board of directors has someone with this expertise in order to protect the data of all? With that, I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to the maker of the legislation.
I thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, and just briefly to address Mr. Lukemeyer's points, some of which I find puzzling. He makes 3 substantive points. Number 1, that this is yet another effort by the majority. Mr. Lukemeyer, this is actually a strongly bipartisan bill led by 2 Republican senators in the United States Senate, Senators Snowe and Senators Kennedy. So no, it is not yet another effort by the majority. It's actually a bipartisan bill. Secondly, he objects to the notion that there's no requirement in this legislation to disclose the number of cyber intrusions or cyber attacks on the company. I would say in the spirit of bipartisanship, if he wishes to amend this legislation to require the disclosure of the number of intrusions, I will support his amendment in that respect. And then finally, I don't quite know how to address the notion that a big problem should be dealt with at the operational level, not at the board of directors level. Directors, of course, are the people who are in a fiduciary sense responsible for the operations of the company. I don't think there's a board of directors anywhere that doesn't keep its eyes on the material, not to mention as existential challenges of their companies. So I actually think that locating some expertise, not necessarily technical expertise, but some expertise on the part of the board of directors is not actually terribly at odds with what companies are doing today, and certainly consistent with the fiduciary obligations that directors have. With that, I thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania and yield back.
I yield back.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
So, to Mr. Lukemeyer's point, this is another reporting burden on public companies. When we go through IPOs and the lack of initial public offerings, when we talk about the fact that we have half the number of public companies that we did 2 generations ago, when we see the lack of opportunity for average everyday investors to get the upside potential in these companies, it is the weight of these regulations. And this is, again, just the mentality of putting more regulation on and more burden on public companies without any offsetting relief. If this is about acting as a fiduciary for the company, they certainly are. That's what the board of directors is about. And that's their obligation. If it's a material question, companies have to disclose it. And if it's not yet disclosed, then it means it's not material. So if you just want to add to the bios of members of the board of directors, that's fine, but there's no offsetting regulatory relief for these public companies. And nor does it actually get to the heart of the question of cybersecurity, again, to Mr. Lukemeyer's point here. So the mentality of just stacking up more and more and more, maybe small, but over a period of time, significant new burdens on public companies is just not what we should be about. We should get to the heart of cybersecurity. We should get to the heart of data privacy and protection. We should get to those issues. And this committee has an important role on those issues, and yet we're not doing anything on that. Cyber is an important issue. I've raised this multiple times. It is a serious and important issue. But just to simply have another public disclosure about whether or not somebody has cybersecurity background, doesn't actually get the job done. Let's do the substantive work here. So with that, I'd love to yield to my colleague, whichever whichever one of you. Okay. Mr. Lukemeyer. Love to yield to my colleague, Mr. Lukemeyer.
Thank you, gentleman from North Carolina. You know, I hate to belabor the point here because this is kind of a small bill that really has only one small purpose. You know, Mr. Himes is a very thoughtful member, and he usually is really right on track with what his thoughts are on how he wants to administer things. But this one, it just kind of riles me up a little bit from the standpoint that what problem are we trying to solve here? What problem? If you understand the purpose of a board, the purpose of the board is to set policy and direction for a corporation. That's the purpose of it. And it should represent, the board of directors should represent interest across the industry that you're trying to sell your product in, or the community that you have your business located in. And I'm not advocating that we not have people on the board who have some cybersecurity background. What I'm saying is, why in the world do we have to delineate this? You're going to delineate everything else that individuals on the board, what their backgrounds are? I think it's up to the businesses themselves to pick who they feel are competent individuals to be on there to help them set policy, help them set direction for what they want to do within the industry space that they are. Again, I'm not trying to prohibit this from happening, but to add another report, another layer, it just seems like every day we come into this committee and there's always another requirement to try and do something. And while it may be well-intentioned, why in the world do we have to report it? Why in the world do we have to add another line to another report where there could be a mistake made, where the regulators can come down and point fingers? I just think it's superfluous. With that, I yield back to bounce my time to the...
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield to
Okay.
my colleague, Mr. Heising.
Well, thank you, and I'll real quickly here. I'm just not sure, again, echoing this, what the purpose is. Is it intentional window dressing, or is it an attempt to name and shame companies? We should be focused on capital formation and encouraging more companies to go and or stay public instead of staying private. And as I think the ranking member has pointed out, this continual layering of regulation discourages what I think most people believe is a better way to go. So we hire experts in lots of different fields. That includes boards. And as was pointed out, if there is a material effect, a material issue that must be reported, that has nothing to do with this particular bill, and I oppose as well. So I yield
back.
First, I'd like to yield to myself 5 minutes. H.R. 7788 is one of the cybersecurity bills that we passed in this committee. It would require the banking regulators to report to Congress on their cybersecurity efforts and their oversight of the cybersecurity of the regulated entities. So I basically disagree with the gentleman from Missouri's characterization that we've done no oversight of cybersecurity. We've held hearings on cloud computing, credit bureaus, including Equifax, Facebook, FSOC, prudential regulators twice, big data, and again on the ranking member's bill, H.R. 4488. And we have even considered, other possibilities for bills to come. And so H.R. 1731, the Cybersecurity Disclosure Act. I'd like to thank Representative Himes for crafting H.R. 1731. The Cybersecurity Disclosure Act, an important piece of legislation that would require public companies to disclose whether and to what extent members of the boards of directors have expertise or experience in cybersecurity. Unfortunately, we live in an age when companies are under constant threat of cyber attack, and companies that fail to adequately invest in cybersecurity do so to the detriment of the company, their investors, and their customers. Indeed, the Securities and Exchange Commission estimates that each cybersecurity breach costs a company on average $7.35 million. These preventable costs affect everything from a company's ability to hire workers and invest in its long-term success to the value of Americans' retirement accounts. According to Decatur Capital Management CEO Degas Wright, he wrote, and I quote, News on cybersecurity can be measured, and this risk impacts the pricing of securities, unquote. Therefore, Mr. Wright noted that, quote, we have found cybersecurity to be a material item in making investment decisions, unquote. H.R. 1731 would allow investors to better access their risks by simply requiring companies to disclose their board's cybersecurity expertise. That is why the bill is supported by investor groups like the Council of Institutional Investors, the National Association of State Treasurers, and the California Public Employees Retirement System. What's more, the cybersecurity disclosures in H.R. 1731 are narrowly tailored and would not mandate that boards change their composition. According to John Quotes, professor at Harvard Law School, who testified in June 2018 before the Senate Banking Committee, the bill would allow companies to tailor their resources to their cybersecurity needs and disclose what they have decided, quote unquote. Professor Quotes also noted that the disclosure would just be 2 sentences. Importantly, the bill would also benefit consumers whose personally identifiable information are at risk of cyber attack. According to the Identity Theft Resource Center, breaches that expose consumers' personally identifiable records rose 126% from 2017 to 2018. And so I'm pleased that H.R. 1731 would ensure that companies take cybersecurity seriously, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill. And let me just add, I don't know why time would be spent opposing a bill such as this that talks about encouraging companies to have someone with an expertise in cybersecurity. Even if you don't like it, I can understand why you wouldn't err on the side of security of personal data, why you wouldn't err on the side of making sure that companies have done everything that they possibly can to avoid these breaches that we're experiencing. And so I hear my members on the opposite side of the aisle. I just would hope that they care enough about cybersecurity and the fact that we have a lot of catching up to do, that they would not spend time on opposing something as moderate as this proposal is, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further discussion of or amendments on H.R. 1731? If not, the question now occurs on approving the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 1731 as amended to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor of approving H.R. 1731 as amended say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 1731 as amended is reported. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Section C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, the vote on this question is postponed. The chair now calls up H.R. 5330, the Consumer Protection for Medical Debt Collections Act of 2019. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5330, a bill to amend the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act to provide a timetable for verification of medical debt and to increase the efficiency of credit markets with more perfect information, to prohibit consumer reporting agencies from issuing consumer reports.
Without objection, the first reading of H.R. 5330 is dispensed with. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Talib, the sponsor of the bill, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance and are on the dais. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5330, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Consumer Protection for Medical Debt Collections Act. Section 2, amendments to the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. A, definition. Section 803 of the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, 15 U.S. Code 1692.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and considered base text. And considered base text for purposes of further amendment. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Michigan for 5 minutes to explain the bill and her amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, for your leadership and partnership on this bill. I just want my colleagues to know the goal and the purpose of the bill is to not treat medical debt the same way as purchasing a vehicle or any luxury items like boats and other things. And so we need to differentiate between that when we talk about credit reporting and debt. The bill would provide a tremendous amount of relief for consumers who have been victims living under heavy burden of medical debt. Roughly 1 in 12, about 8% of my residents in the city of Detroit have debt that is between 60 to 180 days past due. And the bill protects the credit profile of those struggling with health issues by prohibiting the credit reporting agencies from reporting this adverse information coming from medical debt for at least a year, which is twice the current practice. And my bill outright bans the reporting of adverse information arising from debt resulting in medically necessary procedures. Again, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues, this is a life and death situation for many folks. It's not like they're planning this. This is medical debt from surgeries to procedures that, again, maintain their quality of life, their lives, and so forth. And we cannot be treating it the same way as we do other forms of debt. And we know across the country, medical debt represents an enormous portion of negative debt collection entries. Not only that, from so many of my residents at home, they tell me the type of way the collection agencies target them, even while they're recovering from the procedures, still with the illness and sickness, they are targeted, creating more trauma for the family. And it is critically important that we make sure we protect these folks. So my bill will help level the playing field for responsible, hardworking households that suffered due to these external circumstances that was out of their control. So I urge my colleagues to support my legislation. I yield back my time. Thank you, Chairwoman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Let's give the gentleman some attention. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This legislation seeks to address the reporting of medical information on credit reports. While I appreciate the effort of my colleague from Michigan to address this issue, the legislation before us misses the mark. Instead of a measured approach that would help individuals with debt from medically necessary procedures, this bill does far more by completely prohibiting the addition of any debt from a medically necessary procedure on a credit report. Despite a bipartisan desire to aid consumers with medical debt, this bill makes no attempt at real reforms to medical debt reporting. Earlier this year, Ranking Member McHenry included a provision to exclude debt from medically necessary services from a credit score once it is repaid. This is the sort of provision that could actually help consumers because it could garner bipartisan support and have a chance of getting passed into law. In addition to a prohibition on reporting debt from a medically necessary procedures, the bill has a separate provision to prohibit entities from reporting adverse information to a credit report or from collecting any medical debt for 1 year. Since the definition is decidedly different from medically necessary procedure, my interpretation is this legislation results in a 1-year delay of a medical debt for elective medical procedures as well. So we went from a bipartisan position of removing medically necessary debt once it is repaid to a solely partisan bill that would prohibit reporting medically necessary debt and place a 1-year delay on reporting for all other medical procedures, including elective procedures. In addition, I'm interested to see what sort of input this legislation has from the medical community. Eliminating any sort of credit reporting for medically necessary debt creates less of an incentive for individuals to actually pay back that debt. While I'm not an expert on medical billing, I think it is reasonable to ask yourself what effect this will have on hospitals and other institutions that offer medical procedures. If it is less likely for medical debt to be paid and hospitals must go to collections more often, this could affect the price of medical procedures. In rural America, like many parts of my district, where small hospitals are struggling to survive, fewer bills being paid could threaten services to already underserved communities. What is also troubling is the ongoing trend of the majority to eliminate all types of consumer information from credit reports. What they apparently don't realize is a lack of information on a credit report will actually decrease access to credit for consumers. Lenders rely on accurate credit scores to appropriately provide credit to consumers. If this information is incomplete or does not provide an accurate picture of creditworthiness, lenders will simply raise rates to ensure that it can absorb potential losses. This will provide an incomplete picture of creditworthiness and harms individuals who have responsibly paid off their debt and have kept clean credit reports. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Who seeks recognition?
Sir Nicholas from Guam, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last
gentleman?
word.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Guam is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague to my left, Mr. Layton.
I'm going to move to strike the last word. I think I'm supposed to say it. I just want to ask my, no? Oh, am I in order to speak against the amendment, Madam Chair?
There is no amendment
There is
before
no
us.
amendment.
No, you have a bill.
Okay. I
The
apologize.
gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening intently to my colleague and his concerns, and some of them are pretty well noted with respect to whether or not we need to make sure that the medical debt that's being affected here is not going to adversely impact underserved communities. I come from an underserved community, Madam Chair, and one of the real challenges of underserved communities is that when there are billings that don't go collected, it does have an impact on the institution's ability to continue as a going concern. However, also one of the biggest, most glaring issues of underserved communities, and I think that that's the whole intent of this legislation, is the fact that the people in these communities, it's one thing for the institution to struggle, but the people in these communities are struggling. If the institution is struggling, the people are struggling. And the whole point of this legislation is to ensure that while there may be a collection item with respect to the medical procedures that were done that resulted in these collection items, that it's done timely. It's done in a way that's going to make sure that the monies are recovered, and then if it's not recovered in that specified amount of time, then the affected party is not going to be having their credit score damaging them for however long it's going to be sitting on that credit report. And there's a lot of reasons why that's an issue to be concerned about, Madam Chair. A lot of us have the presumption that an adverse credit score item will sit on a credit report for only 7 years before it pushes off with a report. But the problem is that if you take any action on that adverse item, then the clock starts over again. A lot of people don't realize this. And so when something goes into collections, if it's been sitting there for 6 years and it goes to a third-tier collection agency that's taking on the highest risk credits in order to get the best payouts, what they'll do is they'll just go and try to say, just put $1 in. Just put $1 into your payment and, I'll stop calling you. But what that does is it restarts the clock. It restarts the clock, and all of a sudden that person has 7 years of that thing being on their credit report all over again. And it's one thing for people to be worrying about those kind of credits with respect to their vehicles, their homes, and those critical assets. But when you're talking about something that affected your health or the health of your child, and you're constantly being haunted by this, and it's turning into not only something that affected you in the hospital or affected your loved one in the hospital, but now it's affecting you and your families financially. It's like a cancer that never goes away. And so As we debate this legislation and perhaps consider some amendments, I'm hoping that we can really come to a bipartisan consensus, because this is something that we definitely need to address for the American people. We do need to protect the institutions that are going to be impacted, but if those institutions are already at risk, that means the entire community is at risk. And that means that these kind of credit reports and these kind of circumstances that we're dealing with need to be addressed by this body in order to make sure that the people that we're responsible for protecting are protected. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Move to strike.
Is there further discussion?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from North Carolina moves to strike the last word.
So,
It goes from that
So-
side to this side. Okay.
traditionally, yes. And so on this, just asked if the bill sponsor would yield for question. Is there a limitation on the type of medical procedure, the type of medical debt that this act is eligible for? This bill is would make them eligible for relief.
Does the gentleman request?
Who's the bill sponsor? Is it Ms. Tlaib?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If the bill sponsor would yield for a question, I'll restate my question about her bill that we're debating right now. Is there a limitation on the type of medical procedure, medical debt, that is eligible for relief?
So I believe there's a definition there of what would be qualified. Is there a question specifically about a specific
Plastic
procedure?
surgery, for instance.
I don't know, Ranking Member, it's medical procedures. These
So,
are
okay.
not fur
The
coats.
The
This is
gentlewoman
not a
does not
Porsche.
wish to yield. The
No, I'll
gentlewoman
reclaim
doesn't
my
have to
time.
yield.
No, it's my time. I'm reclaiming my time. So there is no limitation on the type of medical procedure under this act. So therefore, if you have elective procedure or you have cosmetic surgery, this act, and you don't pay, this act is good for you. And so, look, we addressed veterans' medical debt. We addressed it last Congress. We did so in a bipartisan way, in a workable way. This bill is not workable. And I've consistently called for the removal of paid medical debt that was unpredictable or unavoidable for the consumer. In fact, I offered my comprehensive credit reporting reform bill early this fall, including in the package reforms that provided relief for paid non-elective medically necessary procedures and the debt associated with that. This bill does not meet that standard. And so, it basically will increase the cost of health care and allow people that have elective surgery or cosmetic surgery, as an example, eligibility to not pay for their debt. And
Does
so,
the gentleman yield? I can clarify that it does not include cosmetic surgery.
sure, happy to yield. Go ahead, clarify
Yeah,
for
it does
me in the
not. It does
text.
not include cosmetic surgery. We define medically necessary procedures. Cosmetic plastics, if we're talking about plastic surgery, it does not count. We're not counting that at all. We're not defining or including cosmetic surgery. In Ranking Member, with all due respect, we're talking about 43 million Americans who are not going into debt because they're having plastic surgery, sir. They're going into debt because these are medically necessary procedures that they have to go through. If it's an ER visit, you should see the surprise billing that happens to many of the families. We're talking about 43 million Americans that are in debt because of medical
Right.
debt.
So
That are
reclaiming
not
my
cosmetic
time-
surgery, sir.
Reclaiming my time, there are two separate definitions within the Act. And one is, that is the medical procedure. And then separately, there's medical debt. And it makes it permanently unreportable. So to my point, you defined in part in half the bill that, but not in the whole of the bill. So again, my point stands that the functional piece of this still does not prevent, actually prevents the reporting of that debt associated with it. So
Ask him to yield.
with that, I will oppose the bill, and I think there is a way to get to good on something similar to this, as I proposed previously this Congress.
Yeah,
And with
Ranking
that,
Member,
I
do
will
you yield
oppose
more
and
I would
yield
like
back the
to-
balance of my time.
Can you yield?
The
the balance
gentlewoman
of-
asked,
Yes, can the ranking member please yield?
Did you ask him to yield this time?
I'm done. You made your point. I made my point. We can just move on. What I've said
The
is,
You can
gentleman
have a
does
minute,
not
because I was
yield.
going to read the definition for him, Madam Chair.
Gentleman does.
I read it, and I made my point, and we can yield and move on.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I move to strike the last word. I know that the issue of cosmetic surgery came up in California. We had testimony and witnesses come forward with disfiguration that they had because of accidents or diseases. And it wasn't covered as medically necessary, but when you took a look at the person, you could see that their life was very much damaged because of what had happened in the accident or because of the disease. And I think that that type of cosmetic surgery should be covered. We all know children and others who have had deformities in their lips and other reasons, and their parents have gone to great lengths to try to help them because of that. And to say that that debt shouldn't be covered, I think, is very unfair. I think it should be covered. That being said, if the gentlewoman from Michigan would like to speak on this issue, on other issues, I'd be happy to yield to her. But again, I know that people like to make the example of cosmetic surgery and to make fun of it. If you've seen some of these people in the accidents or some of the things that they've had on their face or other things that have made their lives very difficult from youth, I don't think you'd make fun of this cosmetic surgery.
The gentleman.
I don't know if the gentlewoman
Yes.
from, you don't need
Would
any
you
time.
yield? I would like.
Yes, I will yield to the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Thank you, my colleague from California. I really think it's very important. First of all, let's stop calling it cosmetic surgery. I think the definition, which is on page 2, is perfectly clear. It says medically necessary procedure means healthcare services or supplies needed to diagnose or treat an illness, injury, condition, disease, or its symptoms that meet accepted standards of medicine. 2, it also included healthcare to prevent illness, detect illnesses at an early stage when treatment is likely to work best, including preventive services like flu shots and screening mammograms and so forth. So for my good colleague in California, it would include that. But I think that there's a lot of misleading information, and maybe that's why I'm a little confused, because when you read this, it's very clear. We're talking about real medically necessary procedures. We're not talking about what we call in Detroit bougie type procedures that have nothing to do about, really, that are considered medically necessary. So I just really would urge my colleagues to read the definition. Yeah, we say bougie. The definition that's set forth in here. And again, I need folks to understand. I mean, CFPB did a study where they found 52.1% of debt collection entries on consumer reports were medical debt. So in 2010, a study even by Ernst & Young similarly found that medical debts constituted more than 52.2% of debt collected. And I just wanted folks to know, this is debt that gets on people's medical, on their credit report, that prevents them from owning their homes, or buying a home, or employment opportunities, housing, all those kinds of things. And I just really want to reiterate that we are talking, I don't like it when we talk about we need to incentivize people paying. I mean, you act like they planned the disease. You act like they planned the injury, that they are intentionally going out there trying to do mammograms so they can get into debt. Well, Chairwoman, I just don't want people to treat it like we're purchasing a car or a fur coat or a boat or something else. These are people that are literally trying to survive and live. And I just don't think that our country should treat folks that have different kinds of debt the same as medical debt. And I'm very clear in the bill of what we define medically necessary procedures, and really would ask for the respect of my colleagues to please read the bill very carefully and can see that it's really important. And I urge my colleagues, this is a really great bipartisan bill, if you want it to be. It is something that is an issue that impacts all of us, because I don't think there's an R or a D next to somebody with breast cancer, somebody that goes in for any kinds of illnesses. There isn't. These are our residents that don't come in there based on party affiliation. They come in there because they're human beings, and we need to treat them that way. And again, I really urge my colleagues to understand we cannot treat medical debt in our country the same as we do when we purchase, properties and other kinds of things. So thank you so much for yielding your time to my good colleague from California, and I really appreciate the clarification. And please know the definition and what you described would include some of your residents that would better their lives with that kind of surgery.
Thank you. I think it did, and I appreciate that very much. And again, when you think about cosmetic surgery, I hope you take into account these other incidents, because a lot of people don't. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
So going to,
Yield to my colleague, Mr. McHenry.
thank you, Mr. Tipton. So going into the definition section, so if you go to page 2 of the handy-dandy amendment in the nature of a substitute, and you go to subsection BB, it describes medical debt, and the gentlelady is correct. That in section line 11, medically necessary procedure is defined. So there's a definition, then there's a reference in the writing of the construct here. So medical debt and medically necessary procedure are dealt with separately within this legislation. Now, I understand there's a motive to make sure that people don't have to pay for the health care or have somebody else pay for the health care. That's a debate for another committee or on the House floor. But here, if you look at the definition, medical debt, the term medical debt means any debt arising from the receipt of medical services, products, or devices. Page 2, line 8 through 10. Where is medical debt then used? Go to page 3, top of page 3, line 1. Any information related to a medical debt, if the date on which such debt was placed for collection, charged to profit or loss, or subjected to any similar action, antedates the report by less than 365 days. That means that medical debt will not be reported one way or another, good or bad, if you paid or didn't pay. So if you pay, actually, you're probably a net loser in this, under this procedure. So that's how medical debt is dealt with. What about medically necessary procedure? Go to page 5, line 1. Prohibition on reporting debt related to medically necessary procedures. No person shall furnish any information to a consumer reporting agency regarding a debt arising from a medically necessary procedure. That means ever. That means ever. What that means is medically necessary procedures under this act, you would be dumb to actually pay because it will not impact your credit report, and there are zero consequences for not paying for your medical services. So I get it. It's creative, and I honestly, I give you credit for how either poorly this bill is written, which I don't think that was the intent, or how creatively it was written, and I think it was creativity. So I laud you for that. But let's just have our eyes wide open that medical debt related to a medically necessary procedure will never be reported if this bill becomes law. So there are consequences for that. So if you're a hospital or a provider, this probably would impact your business, maybe a little bit. No, sorry, that's being facetious. Okay. If you're a hospital, this bill means that you will not be able to collect for people getting a medically necessary procedure. Eyes wide open, that's what this bill does. I laud the sponsor for attempting to pull one past us, and this could also become, I don't want it to become, a greater debate about medical, healthcare policy overall. But here is your, not Medicare for all, but free. Everyone, you don't have to pay anymore. There are no consequences for not paying. So thank you for free health care, for offering this bill. I know I view this as negative in what she's offering, and so I think this would be destructive to community hospitals. I think it would be destructive to doctors and nurses who need to make a living by doing this procedure. I think it would be destructive for access to care on medically necessary procedures. I think this is a deeply problematic bill. Creative, absolutely, but the wrong way to go. Now, having said that, I don't think the bill sponsor thinks anything I said was negative. And I will compliment her on the creativity of having different reference points in this bill in trying to get past us something that is deeply disturbing, absolutely, truly meaningful, and highly destructive to the access to health care across the country. Why would you pay if there are no darn consequences? So hallelujah, hallelujah, you have saved us all. None of us have to pay for health care anymore. Yay, here we go. Vote no, let's get out of here.
Go back.
Thank you. Before I call on the next person, I would appreciate it if the ranking member would refrain from pounding on the desk. I find it very disturbing. I know he's emotional about this, and I get that, and we all have our emotional moments, but if you could refrain from pounding on the desk, I would appreciate it very much. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
To speak in support of Representative Tlaib's
The
legislation.
gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Sorry, I need a moment. While we are in the midst of, I guess, is a debate, you know, people are dying, and someone is going bankrupt right now. There but for the grace of God go each of us. Hardship does not discriminate, and medical hardship certainly does not. And so while things are deteriorating across the aisle, let me invoke the name and the spirit of a true statesman. Today, the House will consider H.R. 3, the Elijah E. Cummings Lower Drug Costs Now Act, allowing us to begin reining in skyrocketing prescription drug costs. Now, we cannot simultaneously refuse to address our disastrous healthcare system and ignore all of the downstream devastation, including impacts to consumers' credit reports. Now, this is not just limited to the uninsured. In 2017, 1 in 6 people in the U.S. got an unexpected out-of-network bill despite having coverage, the inevitable result of a system of health insurance, not health care. Representative Tlaib's bill ensures that in a world where folks are priced out of the most basic goods and services, including health care, that no one is punished simply because they could not afford to get sick, but did anyway. A study by the CFPB found that over half of debt collection entries on consumer credit reports were from medical debt. And medical debt is soon to be the leading cause of bankruptcy in our country. 131.7 million U.S. adults reported some form of medical financial hardship in the last year. We are here to mitigate hurt, not to exacerbate it. I commend Representative Tlaib for her innovative approach to what is an avoidable crisis and problem, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. Would the gentlelady from Michigan like for me to yield? All right, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I would like to thank Representative Tlaib for this legislation that will provide relief to those struggling with health problems and medical debt, and debt collection that arises from unpaid medical debt. We are aware that most Americans are only a single illness away from a scenario of large medical bills that can be difficult for consumers to repay, all while addressing health recovery, continuing health problems, and other expenses. It is a shame that health problems that are often outside the control of the consumer result in so much harm as the consumer struggles to recover both their health and finances. This, combined with reports from the Consumer Bureau that consumers struggle with understanding both their credit reports and their medical and insurance costs, tells us that people need reasonable relief, and this bill would provide that. As a result of a 2015 settlement, the nationwide credit reporting agencies currently wait 6 months before putting an unpaid medical bill on a consumer's credit report. By mandating A minimum 1-year delay before adverse information is reported to a consumer reporting agency, along with preventing debt collection for 2 years from the date of the first payment, and by outright banning the reporting of debt arising out of medically necessary procedures, consumers struggling with or recovering from health issues and associated costs would have more time to address their medical and insurance records and address repayment options. This important bill is also endorsed by the National Consumer Law Center. I urge members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed. Clerk will report the amendment.
Substitute amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5330, offered by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, prohibition on including certain medical debt information in consumer reports. A, in general.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this has been an incredible, and I say this sincerely, that it's a very enlightening discussion that we had. I think it's a very dynamic debate and a very informative debate, because I think we all have a clear understanding what this bill does. Now, with that, I have the solution. There's been a lot of discussion about how we can come together on something. And let me preface my amendment with, I appreciate the intention of my colleague from Michigan and what she's attempting to do, because there is an issue with debt, medical debt, especially in lower middle income families. But there's something missing from the discussion, and it's a basic premise of science, that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. In layman terms, you can't fill an ocean you can't fill a desert without draining an ocean. Somewhere, somebody's going to pay for this. In the instance that debt is uncollected, medical services are given basically for free, as inevitably this would happen, somebody somewhere is going to pay for this. Now, as I said, I appreciate, I think, where we're trying to go, but my concern is that this is overly broad for implementing at this stage without any empirical data, without any studies to understand what the unintended consequences may be of this legislation. Case in point, there is a segment of our society that is uninsured or underinsured. I was one of those for 10 years. I could not afford the health insurance, so I paid cash for my family's medical care. During that time period, I found out that if you pay cash, the cost of that care is significantly less. And a lot of times the hospital, the doctor will work with you to make payments over time. But we did have to deal with that medical debt. The cost of health care has risen exponentially since that time till today. It is overly expensive, but yet we still have a percentage of our population that is underinsured or does not have health insurance and are forced to pay cash for their services.
I believe, and I think studies would show, that those that would be impacted the most by this would be that group of people, because it is that group that is probably going to end up paying the cost of this, because the medical procedures would inevitably go up because of the fact that they don't have the health insurance. It's not going to be the insurance company that pays the difference. The hospitals, a lot of them are on slim margins as where they are right now. It's going to be the low and middle income consumer that is going to pay the cost of this. So I think it's something we need to look at, but we need to have some data. We need to just not jump into this all at one time and just hope that it all works out. Because we do have a problem, but we have to look at logical solutions of how do we achieve this. We did something in this committee a year ago as we passed a similar legislation that dealt with veterans. And it allowed that their paid medical debt would be removed after a year. And so by amendment basically brings us in line with what we did with those veterans to give us a time to study this, to see what the impact could do, because I'm sure my colleague, I know she was very anxious to speak on this amendment earlier, and I assumed she was going to speak in favor of it, because it is such a great amendment here. But this amendment would bring it in line with what we did for our U.S. military veterans. It would replace the existing language of the bill, which is somewhat controversial, as we found out, and there's concerns on both sides with the extent of this. But it would put a prohibition including paid, non-elective, medically necessary debt, which was paid more than a year ago. It would prohibit that from being in the credit report. And it would reduce the amount of time paid medically necessary debt on a credit report from 7 years to 1 year. I suggest that this will give us a chance to actually look at the impact this has and see, as we start filling this desert, what ocean is actually going to be drained. And I would not want to see those that are the most vulnerable actually have to pay the cost of implementation of this bill, which I think basic economics will show that is exactly who's going to end up paying the cost of this. So with that, Madam Chair, I eagerly look forward to the support on both sides of the aisle of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Is there further debate on the amendment? The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and I do appreciate my colleague effort in trying to move forward with this kind of amendment, but I do want to note, and he can clarify, but according to this amendment, you pretty much have to pay your whole medical debt in full before it's even considered, correct? I yield just to answer, and then I would like to yield.
This would prohibit the paid medical debt from being on the credit report.
But it has to be paid, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Oh, that's what I thought. Thank you so much. You're talking about people that can't pay. You're saying that the debt can be removed after they pay it. So I just want to be clear. I don't think we should mislead the public that hospitals and so forth can't continue to collect on any medical debt. That's not true. I just don't want it on reports. I don't want it chained to people, because according to CFP, which found a study that showed consumers whose credit reports show only collection items consisting of medical bills were not strong evidence that they're a reflection of creditworthiness of the consumer. What I mean by that is it just won't be on their credit report. Doesn't mean they don't get invoices and continue to try the debt be collected. It just will not be used against them when they're trying to purchase a home, Chairwoman. It will not be used against them that prevents them from improving their livelihood. And I really want to urge my colleagues, we're talking about medically necessary procedures. And the definition that I gave before, we're not talking about, we're talking about mammograms, prevention of cancer, people that are suffering from diabetes. These are medically necessary procedures. And what I'm saying is we can't have, and according to CFP itself, says it's not accurate reflection. Medical debt is not an accurate reflection of creditworthiness of consumers. If we can agree that CFPB is correct in this, then why can't we say, okay, we're going to wait 1 year when it comes to medical debt? And by the way, the medical debt currently is 6 months, like the chairwoman explained. We expanded to 1 year that it can't be on there, and then even down to 2 years. The point is, This is about fairness and giving people an opportunity to not allow things that were not of their fault. They didn't plan, like my colleague from Massachusetts said very beautifully, it's not like they planned to get sick. They didn't plan these procedures. This is not something that they're sitting there and saying, I want to get into debt, or let me go do this procedure. That's not what's happening. I think it's very important that we're very careful. Again, credit reports are being used for so much now. The data is being sold everywhere. Even credit scores are being sold to auto insurance industry. I mean, we have to be very careful in what gets on people's credit reports. And all I'm saying is hospitals and folks can continue billing and invoicing, but it shouldn't be something that is on credit report, especially when agencies are saying that, again, it's not an accurate reflection of creditworthiness. And so I just ask my colleagues not to support this amendment. It would kill the amendment. It will kill the essence and spirit of what we're trying to do, which is protect people that, with no fault of their own, they're not planning this, y'all. They're not planning these procedures. They don't want to get into debt. And from all the data out there that shows that it's leading to bankruptcy, the millions of people that are out there, the high cost of just healthcare out there, all of that, they're not planning that. It just does not belong on people's credit report. It should not be treated the same way as housing, as cars, as other items. This is about their human being, as a human being, their livelihood, their quality of life. So again, I ask my colleagues to please oppose this amendment. Thank you.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose the gentleman from Georgia's amendment. While I appreciate that he at least acknowledges that Congress needs to update the law to better protect consumers with medical debt, his amendment does not nearly go far enough. For low and moderate income people, they may get sick through no fault of their own, as has been identified several times today by the gentlewoman from Michigan. Through no fault of their own, they will face a mountain of debt that they may not be able to repay. And if it takes them longer than 6 months, they suffer more harm as their credit file is damaged. This has implications for their ability to have a decent quality of life. For example, simply getting a loan, to get an automobile that may be desperately needed, to get a home, or even to get a job. So I would urge members to reject this amendment and to support the underlying bill. Is there further discussion, further debate on this amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee Rules, the vote on this question is postponed. If there are no further amendments without objection, the previous question is ordered on H.R. 5330 and further proceedings on recorded votes are postponed. The chair now calls up H.R. 5332, the Protecting Your Credit Score Act of 2019. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5332, a bill to amend the Fair Credit Reporting Act to ensure that consumer reporting agencies are providing fair and accurate information, reporting in consumer reports, and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1, short title, Table of Contents. A, short title. This act may
Without
be
objection, the first reading of H.R. 5332 is dispensed with. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, the sponsor of the bill, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance and on the dais. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5332, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title, Table of Contents. A, short title. This act may be cited as the Protecting Your Credit Score Act of 2019.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and considered base text for purposes of further amendment. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for 5 minutes to explain the bill and his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the Chairwoman for all her impactful partnership on my bipartisan bill, the Protecting Your Credit Score Act. I'd also like to thank the ranking member and his team for spending more than 7 months working with me in such a constructive and cooperative manner. My bill reflects a lot of his wise input. As Tom Bracken, the CEO of the New Jersey Chamber of Commerce, said in endorsing our bill, everyone deserves to be evaluated properly regarding their ability to secure credit. But here's the problem that my bipartisan bill is working to solve. Every single day, Americans face obstacles that get in the way of that objective. First, there are 3 companies in the United States, Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, that literally hold the keys to deciding Americans' credit fates on whether they should get access to credit, whether they should and what they pay for getting a car loan, whether they can get a mortgage, and the rate on that mortgage, and of course the rate on their credit cards, and many small businesses on whether or not they can get a small business loan. And it's all done in a black box. Houdini himself could not figure out how these scores are calculated. Each of these credit bureaus come up with their own magic number, your credit score. They have their own secret formula, and it's up to you to track it, beg them to fix inaccuracies when they arise, and deal with data breaches when they occur far too often. In 2017, Equifax lost the data of more than 147 million people in their breach, and left it up to you to clean it up. The second big challenge is that, putting aside what Equifax did, every year 15.4 million Americans are victims of credit card fraud. That's 42,000 people every single day. Once you're a victim, almost immediately, criminals start applying for new cards, mortgages, loans, cars, and anything else they can get, all under your name, affecting your credit score with these 3 credit bureaus. Last year, there were more than 120,000 complaints about the credit reporting companies, and previously, the FTC has found that 1 in 5 consumers have verified errors in their credit reports. That adds up to 42 million Americans with errors in their credit, and 10 million with errors that can be life-altering. So guess who it's up to fix these issues? The FBI? No. The credit bureaus? No. It's up to the victim. The credit fraud victim has to chase after these 3 companies and beg them for help that can take them 3 to 6 months. Oh, and you have to call each credit reporting agency individually, one by one, because they each have their own different processes and procedures. They don't coordinate with each other at all. So basically, you have to have a PhD in combating credit hacking in order to solve your problem. My bipartisan legislation asks the private sector, not the government, to help fix this, because as you all know, I believe that the private sector in situations like this can be the best solver of problems like these. My bipartisan bill sets up a one-stop shop online portal to check your credit report for free anytime. It allows victims to shut off the ability of credit hucksters from using your information to apply for credit under your name. The portal will also provide the ability to initiate and resolve disputes between you and the credit bureau, and you'll be able to see who the bureaus have sold your data to in the prior 2 years. Reflecting input from the ranking member, the bill also asks the GAO to examine the most secure markers to track your credit, whether it's your Social Security number or another federal identifier. By creating this one-stop portal, all 3 credit bureaus will now have to work together to help protect you and make your lives better, not the other way around. When my own sister had her credit hacked about a month ago, she told me that she was lucky that her job let her take a day off to figure all this out. But what if you don't have the ability to take the days off to sit on the phone with each credit company and chase your tail to try to navigate the black box that they have presented? Our bipartisan legislation will help fix this and help Americans protect what they have spent a lifetime building, their credit. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This legislation would force the 3 largest credit reporting agencies to create a single online portal to allow consumers one-stop access to consumer reports, credit scores, and credit freezes, as well as to initiate disputes. This is yet another example of legislation from the majority that sounds good, but lacks practicality and would ultimately harm consumers. I think my colleague from New Jersey has good intentions in mind, and I think there is room for some bipartisan conversations about improving transparency and access at the credit reporting agencies. However, some of the amendments we will see today will portray some of these amendments that we see today will portray some of these bipartisan ideas. However, As the bill stands today, I have serious concerns. My largest concern is centered around data security for consumers. By creating a centralized portal where a consumer can access all three of the large credit reporting agencies, you are creating an enormous collection of consumer information that must be protected. In addition, you are forcing the credit reporting agencies to insert all their proprietary verification technology onto a separate website. This legislation requires the credit reporting agencies to use all 9 digits of a customer's Social Security number for verification and does not provide for any alternative verification methods, meaning the Social Security number and financial information of nearly every consumer in the United States will be held in one location. Another security issue centers around Section 6 of this legislation, which will require credit reporting agencies to mail a credit report to a consumer anytime an adverse action occurs in a credit action. This creates another massive data security issue without solving any problems. Consumers now have a right to receive a free disclosure when there is a diverse action, and they are notified when an adverse action occurs. Furthermore, many of these services that are listed in this bill, that the bill attempts to provide, are already easily available for consumers. S 2155, which we passed last Congress, strengthened consumer protection by by requiring credit reporting agencies to provide fraud alerts on consumer credit reports for at least 1 year and provide consumers with unlimited placement and removal of a security freeze. S 2155 also required the FTC to set up a central web page with links to the credit bureaus for the purpose of requesting a security freeze, fraud alert, or to opt out of sharing information for marketing purposes. Lastly, this legislation drastically expands CFPB authority over credit reporting agencies by creating an additional ombudsman at the CFPB solely tasked with overseeing credit reporting agencies and making referrals to the Office of Supervision and Enforcement for corrective action. The one thing CFPB, in my mind, does not need is more power. The goal of this legislation is worthy. Seeking to improve transparency and accuracy of credit reporting is good for consumers and lenders alike. However, this legislation is overly prescriptive and puts the data of consumers at risk. With that, Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to oppose legislation, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion of our amendments to H.R. 5332? For what purpose
Chair.
does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield my time to Representative Gottheimer.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just would like to, I appreciate the constructive feedback, and I would like to respond to a couple of the points, if that's okay. First, on the data security point and the concern about the portal, which again will be built entirely by the 3 credit bureaus. So this is a private sector built and driven portal site. I would anticipate that the credit bureaus would use the same highest possible security standards that I would hope they use right now on their individual websites. They each have individual portals. It is in the best interest of both the consumers and the companies to ensure they're all using the most secure systems possible. They all have these individual sites now, and I assume they're secure. If any of these companies feel that their security standards are subpar, such as the building a portal would be a dangerous idea, I would encourage them to come report to the committee as soon as possible about their existing security vulnerabilities, and I'd ask the chairwoman, of course, to have them come before the committee if these 3 companies feel that they are, right now, have not built secure sites. Secondly, on the Social Security numbers, the goal of this legislation is to ensure the maximum possible accuracy when it comes to matching information from a lender to a consumer's file. Currently, Social Security numbers are the most accurate federal identifiers we have. The numbers are not listed on the consumer's credit report. They're only used by the bureaus in their databases to match files. However, I certainly understand the concerns among consumers who have had their identities compromised through use of their Social Security numbers. And of course, after working with the ranking member, the bill now includes a requirement that the Government Accountability Office conduct a 2-year study on whether there's a suitable consumer identifier to use instead of the Social Security number. So I actually worked very closely with the ranking member and appreciated this and put his feedback into the legislation. Third, on the fees, just to make sure everyone has the facts here, because I think facts are stubborn things. Right now, consumers are entitled to 1 free annual credit report a year. But what happens after that? And that's what we have to worry about. If you've had your credit hacked, you end up having to check your credit quite often. So Experian, after your first free one, charges $14.95 to check your credit report. TransUnion charges $9.95 to check your credit report. Experian charges $15.95 to check your credit report after the first one. So if you've been hacked, as many people have, as we've talked about, then you're constantly, having to check this to see if it's been addressed. 42,000 people per day are the victims of credit card fraud. 1 in 5 consumers have verifiable errors on their credit report, so you'd want them to check it. Lastly, on the CFPB point, my initial text required the FTC to establish a publicly available registry of all credit rating agencies. However, moving the CRA registry to the CFPB was one of the suggestions that we developed constructively with the ranking member. It was one of the many changes we made to the bill during the dialogue between us, and I appreciated, as I said, all of the constructive feedback from Mr. McHenry. The establishment of the Ombudsman of the CFPB is to provide a champion for consumers when it comes to their credit reports at the federal agency designed to protect them. This role cannot levy fines against any CRA. The role exists to advocate and advise. The current system is a black box that is doing no favors to consumers. Under the current system, there is no one to help them other than themselves when it comes to resolving errors on their credit report. The Ombudsman is simply another tool to give them a fighting chance. And with that, I yield back.
And
Madam Chair.
Reclaiming my time, I would like to just point out that what we're coming back to is the need for consumers to have a way of digitally authenticating themselves in a secure manner online. This has been something that's been missed. The administration actually has emphasized in recent reports that we should look at ways, for example, of leveraging the Real ID. This is a biometrically deduped, unique identifier for citizens of the United States. And I think that we should work in a bipartisan manner in this committee to actually look at how we provide the security to consumers to allow them to prove who they are online. One of the leading, well, probably the leading method of people getting hacked is simply having someone impersonate them online. Okay, and this is, a lot of the insecurity people have about proposals like this is how do you know that it's not someone else logging in to get all of your credit history by impersonating you? This is a problem that has been solved by other countries who have their standard ID, whether it be a passport or a driver's license or whatever, and then provide citizens the means to demonstrate they are the owner of that passport. With a security dongle or an equivalent embedded in your cell phone or similar mechanisms, that providing citizens who wish this with that option would clear away a lot of the uncertainty that we come back to again and again. And with that, I'll yield
just one very quick point adding to that. And it's one of the things that the ranking member, I think, really provided a lot of very constructive feedback on, Mr. McHenry. And one of the things that I know we're going to have the JO study this to come back to us with solutions that hopefully address the concerns of a lot of consumers before moving forward here. So, yes. Thank you.
Yeah,
Go back.
Right, and I'll just mention in closing here that the AI task force actually had an entire hearing on all of the issues related to digital identity, because this is something that consumers have needed for a long time, and I hope we can work together to make it actually happen. Thank you. Yield back.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Who's being recognized? The ranking member has an amendment at the desk. You're recognized. Okay.
Sorry, we didn't want to play musical chairs. Thank you.
I don't. Okay. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5332, offered by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina. Page 1, strike line 4, and all that follows through the end of the amendment, and insert the following.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
So as highlighted by the previous discussion between Mr. Foster and Mr. Gottheimer, the underlying measure we're considering does not include any cybersecurity protections and continues to use Social Security numbers as a primary identification method. While the GAO study is welcome, that's not the request that I had of the bill sponsor. In fact, over the last 2 years, I've worked on the issue of Social Security numbers and how that their over-reliance, not just for the consumer credit reporting agencies. No, that's just a simple means. It's for financial institutions primarily. And if we mandate that they cannot use Social Security numbers, and we give them runway of 3, 4, 5, 6 years to do so, they're going to be able to, they will alter the technology, they'll alter their behavior, 1, and 2, current technology is available for multi-factor authentication, other identifiers to ensure that a consumer's credit report actually matches with the actual consumer. And so we know that cyber attack threats threaten the stability of our financial system, but we should also take care to ensure that individuals' personal identifiable information is protected from bad actors who use this information they obtain for nefarious purposes. My amendment would replace the underlying bill with language to subject the credit reporting agencies to enhanced cybersecurity supervision by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. That should be bipartisan, certainly. This is consistent with what I've offered earlier in the year with a comprehensive reform of the Consumer Financial Credit Reporting Agencies. Additionally, we should be encouraging credit reporting agencies, financial institutions, and government departments and agencies to move away from their overuse of Social Security numbers for verification, because we know Social Security numbers can be used for nefarious purposes when in the wrong hands. I appreciate the gentleman's inclusion of the GAO study about the use of Social Security numbers. However, I believe we have to take concerted action. I think we have enough information to move away from current practices and allow the industry time to create the next infrastructure around an identifier. This amendment prohibits the use of Social Security numbers in credit reports or as a method to verify the identity of a consumer. I'm open to discussing options as to how to replace the Social Security number as a verification mechanism without major disruption to our systems, but I believe we should not codify a mandate to match full Social Security numbers, which this bill in fact does. So I urge a yes on this amendment. Now, what I've offered here is consistent with the conversation I had with the bill sponsor. The bill sponsor wants a larger look at this. The bill sponsor has a different view than I do of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB. He is much more comfortable with broad and enhanced authorities for the CFPB than I am. And I think that's quite traditional between the divides between his party and my party. And so while we couldn't come to terms on a bipartisan bill, I do compliment the gentleman for his interest on taking on this important matter. But we're in different spots on this. And my amendment is simply to honor what our conversation was like and the offer that I made the gentleman so we could come to terms with the bipartisan bill. And since that is not the bill before us, my expectation is that he's already made his decision that he could not do that or would not do that. And so we'll disagree on this. But the fact of the matter is there's a bipartisan opportunity here. There's a bipartisan opportunity here to reform the credit reporting agencies. However, what I would see from the majority is an interest in going in a far different direction and a much broader set of changes than what we on the Republican side are willing to accept. We think reform is necessary and important. We don't think that you have to throw everything out and destroy what is working in order to get to this new system. And so with that, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and support the notion that we should not rely upon Social Security numbers, that we should focus on cybersecurity, and that's what this amendment is about, and that is what I think is a bipartisan opportunity for this committee. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I'd like to respond to the amendment, please.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Mr. McHenry again for the constructive dialogue and constructive work over these many months, and his team and the excellent work we did together. So thank you very much for the collaborative approach here. And I know that we're not exactly on the same page, but I really think it's the spirit of how we should approach legislation. So thank you, sir. You know, just a couple areas where we're in different places, which I think are worth pointing out. This amendment, of course, doesn't include a portal at all, which I was a little surprised about, but it doesn't give consumers the free unlimited access to their credit reports, or consumers free unlimited access to their credit scores, or consumers' information on who their data is being sold to. And the attempt, I think, which is a very important one, and I'm really think it's an essential piece that I gained from our conversations, was making sure the GAO clearly looks into the best possible outcomes when it comes to identifiers and federal identifiers, whether that's Social Security, ultimately the Social Security number, or another identifier, or what the best approach that was mentioned before. And I think that's actually going to be a very important step forward. I'm also willing, of course, in your amendment, you talk about cybersecurity, and under GLEBO, which already has requirements in place already on cybersecurity. But if there are other areas where it would be helpful to you, language for me to add into the bill, I'd be happy to take that and work with you on that, sir. Do you want me to yield? Sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
if the gentleman will yield on that count. The reality is the CFPB, there is no active review by any regulator of cybersecurity of the consumer credit reporting agencies. And this is an issue that I think we can come to terms on. But again, your insistence upon the bill sponsor's insistence on a portal was a bridge too far for our negotiations. But I appreciate your willingness to have those conversations. Even if we couldn't come to terms, I think we're better and we have a better understanding of it. But to be clear, my request on Social Security numbers was the change in law, not a GAO study. And so
I got
it's a half measure,
and
but I appreciate your willingness to work in that accord.
I thank the ranking member. Yes, I think that I still think we need, in the short term, an ability to match, and that's what I'm looking for. But again, willing to give the GAO, I'd like them to come back with some recommendations, and hopefully we can learn a lot in that process. On the CFPB piece, the only thing I would add is, you know, my initial text required the FTC to establish a publicly available registry of all credit rating agencies. However, moving the CRA registry to the CFPB was a suggestion we actually got from your team, working with your team on the CFPB piece. So it was one of the changes that I thought I made in receiving constructive feedback from your team. And the establishment of the ombudsman at the CFPB is to provide a champion for consumers when it comes to their credit reports of the federal agency decide to protect them. This role cannot levy fines against any CRA, as we discussed. Their role exists to advocate and advise. So I think it's limited in their nature of what they're able to do, and I just wanted to make sure that that was pointed out. With that, you know, we are, you know, in this case, obviously in different places, but again, I think even in the areas where we were able to find agreement, there's more work to continue to be done, and I'm looking forward to working with you in those areas. And I thank the ranking member again for your team's work and your work, as well as, of course, the chairwoman and her team and their excellent work. Thank you. I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment?
Madam Chair,
Who seeks recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk. Oh.
Madam Chair, I'm trying to speak on this amendment.
Yes, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair, and I move to strike the last word. I want to thank my friend from New Jersey for, again, his efforts at targeting an issue and finding a bipartisan and constructive approach to tackle it. I've enjoyed working with him so much on things like additional data to improve access to credit for our friends, and I asked my friend from Houston to note that I use the word additional information, not alternative information. And I really do appreciate the concept behind this bill. I want to offer my support of Mr. McHenry's amendment, though, and it comes from the work that Bill Foster and I have done in the Artificial Intelligence Task Force and on the Financial Technology Task Force, where this issue of identification is so critical. And this committee needs to be a leader on this and push the private sector and the regulatory sectors to end this dependence on Social Security numbers because the technology is there for using multi-factor identification in addition to multi-factor authentication. This is what Bill was talking about a few minutes ago. I'm sorry he had to get up and leave. One can use multi-factor identification to determine that credit record, and then Dr. Foster was referring to multi-factor authentication, in other words, proving that that's who it is and proving they have access to the data. We really need to not do studies on it. We know that that's available now, and we need to be moving industry and government to that. That's point one. Point two, these large accessible databases is something this committee has been concerned about in the 5 years I've served in Congress. We pushed back against the CARDS proposal at FINRA. We've had a lot of conversation with former CFPB Director Cordray about gathering every single credit card transaction daily into a database that he could look at the CFPB. We've been concerned about the consolidated audit trail at the SEC, and of course the beneficial ownership discussion. All these are big searchable databases that increase breach liability, so that's a concern. Also, I believe that in my friend from New Jersey's bill, the idea of an additional ombudsman at CFPB is unnecessary. So I really want to speak in favor of Mr. McHenry's amendment, focusing on the cyber risk of those kinds of databases and the need to move away now from reliance on Social Security numbers. And while a study is great, I think we've done studies. We've had testimony in Mr. Foster's task force. We've had testimony in Mr. Lynch's task force that we need to move away from that. This is a great opportunity to do that. And I would yield to my friend from New Jersey if he'd like to respond.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate my good friend from Arkansas and your kind words. And I know we're not going to agree on everything, but I really appreciate always working together. And you know, this bill that I've introduced is bipartisan. Let me start there, and it's something that's always very important to me. And I really think it allows the private sector to do its job, which is actually work together to figure out how to solve a problem here that we have in front of it. And the one thing I would just say about the security piece, which I think on the portal, which I think is really important, I hope that these three companies can come together and actually develop a secure portal. Because if they can't, that means right now each of them is vulnerable. And if they're vulnerable, given what we saw when we've seen in the past, if they haven't addressed their vulnerabilities, then I hope that our committee will immediately bring them before us to find out where their vulnerabilities are and what they're doing to fix them.
If the gentleman, let me reclaim my time, and I thank him for that discussion. I think the big issue, though, is every government agency is vulnerable. We've had breaches at IRS, OPM, CFPB, SEC. We all know that.
Right.
We know the private sector has paid out millions of dollars in problems due to breaches. What one does when you create the super portal, whether it's at the SEC or the CFPB or at the credit bureaus, is you're just enhancing that risk and therefore the dispersed nature. That's why I don't have a problem of that. You want free credit freezes and credit access to information, worthy benefits to our consumers, but the super portal idea is something that I find very challenging.
Can you yield one quick response? Thank you,
friend.
sir. I would just say that the way, and I worked at Microsoft in technology, the way these would work is I believe there will not be all the data is not going to be in one place at any time. They actually will feed in they each have their own separate portals and keep their information. They will feed in to the central site when you call it on demand versus...
I thank my friend for his clarification.
Thank
I
you
yield
so
back,
much, sir. Thanks, French.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Gottheimer for all of the hard work that he has put in on developing this legislation. I'd like to thank him for the way that he has worked very hard to make this a bipartisan bill. And despite the fact that he did not get the agreements that was needed from the ranking member, it is a bipartisan bill, and it's a good bill. And I'm opposed to the amendment from the ranking member because it would strike most of the bill. It removes the requirement that the credit bureaus create a simple, single, online portal for consumers to get their credit reports, a free credit score, dispute errors in their files. This is a cornerstone of Representative Gottheimer's bill, and it would be lost if we adopted this amendment. Let me just remind the members that the credit bureaus and the problems that our constituents have with them, who have been problems they've been having for so many years, have been perhaps the largest number of complaints that most of the members of Congress have gotten. And it is not only about free credit reports, but it is a lot about clearing up and straightening out incorrect information that the credit bureaus somehow seem to hold in the files and use against our consumers, which prevents them from getting the credit that they need. We are in desperate need of changing the way these credit bureau works. I think this idea of a simple single online portal would make it so much more convenient for our consumers to be able to access information, to get their credit reports and, get their credit score and all of that. And so I'm disappointed that with the hard work of Mr. Gottheimer, he's not been able to bring the members on the opposite side of the aisle together to support this bill. I know that there are members who care about these issues, and as Mr. Hill has identified, certainly there needs to be reform here, and we need to do more to support our consumers. However, he is supporting the ranking member's bill. I'm trying to understand that, but this is not about Social Security numbers. This is not about data being lost. Look, these credit bureaus are in possession of huge databases, and they know that they have to do a lot to strengthen their ability to keep information private. They have been before this committee, and they know that another accident or incident, such as the incident that occurred with Equifax, cannot happen again. And so I know that they're interested in strengthening the ability to protect this data. I think this would help them an awful lot. And so despite the fact that you were not able to get agreements, Mr. Gottheimer, with our friends on the opposite side of the aisle, I am certainly in support of your bill. I'm opposed to this amendment. It would basically kill the bill. And I hope that we can continue to work with them because cybersecurity is a big issue. Convenience for our consumers is something we've been talking about for a long time that we have not been able to achieve. And so with that, I would ask for a no vote on the ranking member's amendment to this bill. I yield back the balance of my time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Let me say how honored and proud I am to go on the record of supporting my colleague, Congressman Gottheimer's legislation, and I certainly will be opposing the ranking member's legislation. As someone who has been a long-time advocate for us taking a look at what happens to those constituents and consumers, I think it speaks volume when we look at the hundreds of thousands of complaints we have. I also applaud my colleague for his spirit of bipartisanship, and beyond that, his willingness to take parts from the ranking member's suggestions by working with his staff and being open and fair. I think when we talk about compromise and when we talk about all the great things that we like in this bill, I am hoping that my colleagues on the other side will take a second look at this and to look at the data and to look at the information, whether that is about adding another ombudsman. Clearly what we have is not working when you look at the complaints. Clearly, with my colleague's experience and knowledge in this area, I think he's being far too modest, that we should look at this again, and I'm asking my colleagues on the other side to do that. And at this time, I would like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate those kind words. I would just like to add to what the chairwoman and the gentleman from Ohio just rightly pointed out. This bill this bipartisan bill, has one key objective: to make sure we fix a system that is broken. And right now, as we've all heard from our constituents over and over again, because the statistics is 42,000 people a day are victims of credit card fraud, 1 in 5 consumers have verifiable errors on their credit report, and 42 million Americans have errors on their credit report in total, right? So the numbers are staggering, and we know what's happened. This will put a one-stop portal together to make it easier for our constituents who work so hard and don't have the hours it takes to literally chase their tail and go from one credit bureau to the next to actually solve a problem that they didn't create. They're hacked. They have problems that affect their credit, their ability to get a car, the ability to get a house, the ability, if you're a small business, to get a small business loan. These are real problems people have that they don't create because people get a hold of their data and it gets out, and of course they are the victims of these hucksters. So what we're trying to do here is make it as easy as possible. And my colleague from Arkansas, I agree with him that we need to make sure we do it in the smartest way possible, which is why I think the GAO should look at this. It's why we took that excellent feedback from Mr. McHenry on Social Security numbers, that we should look at everything to make sure we do this in the right way. How we verify the data, of course, is the most important thing to make sure that we are secure. But the point is, we shouldn't just say, well, that's impossible, we can't do it. The idea should be that we can do it, and let's find the best way to do it, but let's do it in a way that makes it easiest for our constituents to solve their problems when they have them. And I think this one-stop shop, which allows you to freeze your credit, to get your score, to actually file a claim when they're in dispute, when someone's hacked into your credit or there's a problem, and to know who's accessing their private data in the last 24 months, I think to me is essential. And again, I took the recommendation from the ranking member on the CFPB and how to do that. So that was a suggestion from his team, and I really appreciate it. So I think in the end, I really would ask as well that that our friends from the other side take a second look at this. I will, of course, work with the ranking member to see if there's additional language on cybersecurity that we can add to it if that will help. I really believe, based on the current standards, we've achieved that, but if there's other language that you'd like, we'll look at that. And in the end, I'm really hopeful that we can work together and actually have a portal, because his amendment would of course, undermine that. And I really think that our legislation that's bipartisan, that I worked on together with others, can really help solve a problem that so many Americans deal with every single day. And with that, I yield back to you. Thank you very much.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on this amendment?
Green from Texas, Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas seeks recognition.
Thank you.
You're recognized
Move to
for
strike
5
the
minutes.
last word. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
And I thank the gentleman from Arkansas. He is correct. He has shown good faith in negotiations. Mr. Gottheimer, I thank you for your work and your efforts to bring this to fruition. I have a problem. I have actually worked with constituents to clear up credit information. If you've ever had a hands-on experience with this, you'll have great appreciation for the level of frustration that a consumer encounters who has a congressman working to resolve the problem. This is not something that an 8 to 5 person, perhaps with children, trying to buy a car, a home, can negotiate as easily as a congressional office can do it, and it is very difficult for a congressional office to clear up information on a credit report. Now I'm going to tell you about a personal experience. Talked about credit cards. I've had my credit card hacked 3 times. 3 times. My campaign account hacked on day 1, took a day or 2 to get that cleared up, hacked again on day 3. This problem is significant in terms of breach of accounts. But we have 3 portals now. I think we have 2 too many. I really believe that there has to be a way to allow people who don't have congressional offices helping them to resolve these problems. I'm not a person who believes that we ought to set ourselves up for failure, but I do believe that Mr. Gottheimer is right. There's a way for this information to be retained in separate places, and then when needed, we can bring it into a single location so that the consumer doesn't have to try to negotiate with 3 different companies in 3 different places. Finally, this, even if we bring it to one portal, I still believe you need someone to assist. The idea of the ombudsman is one that I favor. I think that we need people to help working people who don't have the benefit of a congressional office to support their needs. And I will yield to someone if someone desires time. If not, I yield back my time.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to Section C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee Rules, the vote on this question is postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause to allow copies of the amendment to be distributed. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5332, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan. Add at the end the following new section. Section 11, use of consumer reports and consumer information for auto insurance purpose prohibited.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first congratulate my colleague from New Jersey on this incredibly important consumer protection bill for so many of our residents across the country that really would support something of that sort, a portal to making sure that they protect their credit score. My bill is something that is really dear to so many of my residents at home. In Michigan, we have the highest auto insurance in the nation, averaging more than $5,000. And the use of credit score, which is a non-driving factor, is being used as a discriminatory practice by the auto insurance industries towards low-income residents. And they're using the credit score and hiking up to 300% of folks' auto insurance rates. Again, credit scores, and according to University of Michigan, a recent study by Poverty Solutions showed someone with a DUI, drinking under the influence violation, with a decent credit score was paying 300% less than the person not with a great credit score, but a clean driving record with no DUI. That in itself shows that there is something wrong in using using a credit score as a factor. And again, with my district being the third poorest congressional district in the country, and 48227, which is literally the zip code that has the highest rates of auto insurance, it is so important that we protect our folks and know that credit reports, credit scores specifically, should not be transmitted into industry that can use it to harm folks that, again, may have really clean driving records, should not be used as a factor to hike up their auto insurance rates. I did talk to my good colleague from New Jersey, as well as the spectacular team on the committee here, and just so that we can focus, Madam Chair, on the specific goal of the Protecting Your Credit Score Act, I am going to respectively withdraw my amendment in hopes that we can continue this debate and discussion about the use of credit score and other non-driving factors in the future. I do, again, really want to commend my colleague from New Jersey. This is an important bill. I just could not allow myself not to speak out about this discriminatory practice by the auto insurance industry across the country. And there are a number of states that already prohibited the use of credit scores. I think it's something that we should do nationwide, though. So again, I want to commend the committee staff and others that have helped me in trying to bring light to this critical issue in my district, and look forward to working with my colleagues on this, and again, respectively withdraw my amendment, Madam Chair.
What did she do? Did she withdraw? I thank the gentlewoman for withdrawing her amendment. I agree that discrimination in the auto insurance marketplace is an important matter this committee should consider. I look forward to working with her. The amendment is withdrawn. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairwoman for recognition, and I thank Congresswoman Tlaib for withdrawing the amendment. I appreciate the fact that there are differences, for example, between Ohio and Michigan in auto insurance. Ohio, in fact, is less than half the cost for comparable coverage than Michigan. Cleveland, Ohio has very similar demographics as Detroit, Michigan, and yet auto insurance costs $1,277 a year in Cleveland and more than $5,400 a year for comparable coverage in Detroit. I appreciate that Representative Tlaib has identified that auto insurances are very expensive in Michigan by comparison, but I think this amendment, she has misunderstood what the driving factors are. There are very clear reasons for these higher costs. Michigan's adopted laws that are inherently going to drive up costs when an insurer writes a policy. Michigan drivers are mandated to purchase auto insurance coverage that provides unlimited lifetime medical benefits and reimbursement for up to 3 years for lost wages as the result of an auto accident, no matter who is at fault in the accident. In short, by law, Michigan's insurance policies are very different products than the ones offered in Ohio. How could the price be the same when the coverage is inherently different? Who's confused about why a Ferrari costs more than a Mustang? So implementing a fallacious solution to a real problem will not solve the problem. 47 states allow for the use of credit scoring information to underwrite policies. These scores are predictors of risk in broad ways, and they are used in proprietary ways by insurance companies. So the amendment would usurp state law in a state-regulated product and undermine state-based regulatory framework for insurance. I appreciate she's got a concern about a problem, but I hope that she takes this withdrawal as a sign that there is a better way to solve the underlying problem, and appreciate her efforts and actions to withdraw the amendment. And with that, I yield.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
To strike the
Mr.
last
Green,
word.
Mr. Green, you move to strike the last word. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe much of what has been said is moot at this point, but I would like to yield to the gentlelady, Ms. Tlaib, if she so desires.
Thank you so much to my good colleague from Texas. I do want my colleagues to know, I understand that there's a difference in pricing and people have their theories in regards to that, but when an auto insurance industry calls a resident of mine, and including yours, asks about marital status, education level, gender, credit score, how is that connected to whether or not they are a good driver? How is that connected to the value of their vehicle? All of these are non-driving factors that lead to discriminatory practices against our families. I have a woman that retired after 25 years at Beaumont Hospital. As soon as she retired, she had a limited income, her credit score dropped, and her insurance went up $400. Another woman who became a widow, and as soon as she became a widow, she called and they said, well, because you're a widow. And she goes, well, list me as a single then. I don't want to be listed as a widow. These are real, true, factual, actual evidence that's coming back. And I know I am not the only state that is dealing with these discriminatory practices. I bet if you went and asked folks at your town halls, are you being asked about your marital status or your education level or your credit score for auto insurance, many will say yes. And until the auto insurance industry can explain to us why these factors matter and why it's leading to not only a little bit, but we're talking about 300% increases in people's auto insurance rates. Sure, yeah, there's other systematic issues, of course, but nothing takes away the fact that this is discriminatory and leads to people being treated differently solely based on their source of income, based on their education levels, based on their gender or marital status. Yeah, it may not be direct in saying we're only going to focus on folks in Detroit, but these are proxies to discriminate, and we cannot just turn away and say that we in this committee should not be taking a deeper dive and looking at these factors. Again, Madam Chair, I know it's possible because the auto insurance industry didn't use these factors in the past, and I don't think we should allow the slippery slope to allow them to use this practice as we move forward. And I really truly believe many of my residents could express to you over and over again how hard it is for them to have credit score that may not reflect whether or not they are a good driver to be used against them in increasing their rates. Thank you so much to my good colleague again from Texas for allowing me to speak. And again, I did withdraw, and I look forward to further debate about this issue in the future. Thank you.
I will yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters. I understand my colleagues' concerns about the high auto insurance rates in Michigan and that those prices may be driven by the use of credit scoring data by auto insurers. However, as I pointed out in May when we debated her measure in the Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee, and has been reiterated here already today, auto insurance premiums are almost 5 times higher in Detroit than Cleveland, $5,414 versus $1,277. Both cities have similar demographics and income levels, so why the disparity? I would wager it's due to Michigan's unlimited personal injury plan payouts required of all auto insurance policies, a requirement unique to the state of Michigan. In fact, James Lynch, the chief actuary and vice president of research and education for the Insurance Information Institute, testified that it was, in fact, an enormous part of the difference and clearly stated, and that's just a statement of objective fact. It's not a value judgment, unquote. I tend to think that government and regulation work best the closer they are to the parties being governed and regulated. The insurance industry is one of the few success stories in that it hasn't been swallowed whole by us here in Washington. We've been regulating insurance at the state level for over 150 years now, and it's a system that works for consumers in terms of accessibility and affordability. I'm opposed to any potential overreach by Congress that diminishes a state's right to regulate its insurance market. Michigan's legislature and governor attempted to address the state's high auto insurance rates earlier this year. If Tennessee wants to make similar changes, that should be Tennessee's right to do so. There are other things this Congress should be worried about. And with that, I yield back.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition, Mr. Williams?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I wanted to go back and talk about the amendment by my colleague from Michigan. You know, risk-based pricing has been under attack in this committee for its entire Congress. The facts are simple. If a company is not sure that they're going to be paid back for money they lend out, then that risk is accounted for in the price of a product. On the contrary, if someone is financially responsible and has a history of paying back their creditors on time, they are rewarded with lower rates. In the car business, it would be great if every person that walked into a car dealership had a 700 credit score. But this simply isn't reality, and if we keep considering proposals to remove information from an individual's credit histories or limit when credit scores can be utilized, we are making the system less efficient. And less efficiency means higher prices for everyone out there. So there is no different than when credit scores are used in insurance underwriting to better price an individual's auto insurance rate. A major insurance company looked into what the effects would be if they stopped using credit scores when offering auto coverage, and the results were pretty significant. Between 55 to 60% of their customers would see their rates go up. These results are not surprising. If a company is unsure what they will be paid back for some of their customers' claims, then they must recoup that potential loss by increasing the price a little bit for everybody and all their customers. So just because Michigan has chosen to implement misguided policies at the state level shouldn't be justification to allow the federal government to encroach on the state-based insurance system that has worked for over 100 years. Texas, for example, has some of the lowest rates for auto insurance in the country, and this amendment would negatively affect the success my state has seen. So upon hearing about this amendment for the first time, one saying immediately came to my mind: don't mess with Texas. So I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back his time. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Nicholas from Guam, Madam Chair.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need to understand what the purpose of insurance is in order to fully understand the significance of this amendment that has been withdrawn and perhaps should be reconsidered, and to further understand how some of the discussion that we're having here is not really quite relevant to the whole point of what insurance exists for. The insurance is for us to be able to mitigate risk, usually by pooling that risk into various categories and then having that risk shared amongst the various participants of the pool. If we're going to be pooling risk with respect to auto insurance, what is the risk? The risk is whether or not the individual driving the car is going to get into an accident. How does somebody's credit score predict whether or not they're going to get into an accident? You could be somebody who is an excellent driver who had a medical emergency and your child had to go in and have a tumor removed and you're unable to pay for your medical treatment and your credit score is tanking, and all of a sudden your car insurance costs are going to go up. You could be somebody who has a lot of driving impairments. You have the hardest time even getting through the DMV, but you have an 850 credit score, and somehow you're going to pay less of an auto insurance cost than somebody else who has a lower credit score. I sit back and I look at this whole credit score conversation, and I ask myself, if we were to put the lenses on differently, if a different entity were to be holding the credit scoring mantle, how would we be having these conversations? Let's imagine that the role of credit scoring was a government function, and we had 3 different government agencies with 3 different scoring mechanisms, no transparency in how the scorings are being determined, 42,000 people complaining about their identities being stolen. How would we be reacting in this government to some kind of an operation like that? Everybody would be saying, we've got to fix this. You know, we'd be calling in hearings, or we'd be saying, hey, what's the transparency in this? People need to understand. The public will be outraged. People will be saying, why is my score different from somebody else's score? I want to understand how the government's factoring these scores. But all of a sudden, when we have these black boxes privatized, we're going to try and justify it even in something as basic as insurance, where a credit score really has no basis in determining whether or not somebody is going to be a risk as a driver. And then the question becomes, where are we going to draw the line? Now we're saying it's okay for auto insurance. It's now being used to determine whether or not somebody should be able to rent a house. Maybe we should use credit scores for somebody who's going to go in for a medical procedure. I mean, shoot, we're already talking about people needing to pay and whether or not we should be including that in credit scores. Maybe somebody's credit score will be a great predictive factor as to whether or not somebody should pay higher or lower when they're going in to deliver a baby, because they might not pay their bill. So maybe somebody with a lower credit score should charge more for the risk-adjusted rate of return on being able to deliver their child. Let's make sure that we are not allowing certain things to morph into entirely different creatures. Insurance is not a credit score creature. And if we want to make the argument about whether or not insurance is something that should be regulated by states, I say no problem. But let's understand something. Credit scores are not limited to state jurisdictions. That's interstate commerce that's determining that credit score. You order something on Amazon.com or Walmart.com or wherever, that's all of a sudden interstate commerce. So now we're going to be using a credit score that's determined on interstate commerce, which is absolutely the realm of the federal government, but we're going to say that state entities should be able to use those things to be able to determine how they're going to tweak people's insurance rates. I want to make sure, Madam Chair, in this body, that we're going to be creating a system that works, but it's also going to be a system that's fair. And my colleague, she withdrew the amendment. I think people wanted to kind of make a point, and I'm kind of wanting to push back, because when you really get to the meat and potatoes of it, there's really no basis for determining whether or not someone's a risk as a driver based on whether or not their credit score is higher or lower than somebody else. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. I want to comment on my colleagues from Michigan's amendment. I think it strikes a broader issue on the risk of removing predictive data. We've seen, I think in this committee, time and again, is a drift towards socialized risk. In doing so, it's going to reduce the availability of insurance products and or result in higher costs. I think separately, we also have a broader point of the importance of thoughtful state laws and the impact of insurance products available in those states. I think it's been reiterated a number of times today, the impact that very specific laws in Michigan have had resulting in higher car insurance rates, and the disparity between Michigan and Wisconsin in insurance rates is not explained by climate or weather or population, being that they're directly across the lake from each other, but is the result of some of those very specific laws in Michigan that are driving this up. I think it's important to understand the importance of thoughtful state laws as a result towards the cost of insurance, and two, the importance of making sure we include predictive data, because it is imperative that we don't drift towards socialized risk. Socialized risk will drive costs up and remove the availability of insurance products. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want my colleagues, before they do speak up on behalf of the auto insurance industry, because this
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Strike the last word. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to get the hang of it, I promise. It is really critical that you go back and actually look at your average rate. Like Texas, I think, is one of the highest in the country. Some of the other places that don't have, no-fault insurance or whatever they call it in different kinds of states. The point is these, like my good colleague from Guam was reiterating, is we need to protect the use of folks' data to be used in a discriminatory way. I don't understand how somebody with a DUI is paying, drinking under the influence, is paying less than someone with no DUI solely because his credit score is less than the guy with the DUI who has a higher credit score. It doesn't make any sense. And so I'm glad that we're debating this now, and I'm glad that there is some interest on the other side of the aisle that we actually can dig deeper into this issue in the future. But these are non-driving factors that I truly believe are now proxies to discriminate against women, against low-income families and drivers, against folks that have lower education levels. Again, not really sure why these factors matter, and we can go ahead and continue to target Michigan state law, but we have the authority to prevent discrimination practices by corporations and by industry. And I really would urge my colleagues, go back to your states. Look at the average auto insurance rates. It doesn't make any sense that my good colleague from Texas, his residents are paying 26% more than the national average. And again, it doesn't make any sense, especially because this is insurance that most of our residents don't even use. They hardly use it. And to have these layers of factors that if you dug deeper, it actually goes after things that are not in their control, right? I mean, marital status, education level. Who cares? Who says a doctor, somebody with a PhD, can drive better than someone with no PhD? It doesn't make any sense. And I can't just sit back and say, let's leave it for the states, when we know this is a national trend by the auto insurance industry. And we got to push back. And so I, again, really do appreciate my colleagues bringing forward some of these arguments against pushing back against these discriminatory practices. This is not a Michigan issue. Yes, it's an issue for my district, but my God, look at your district. Ask folks at your town halls whether or not they want their credit score transmitted to the auto insurance industry. The majority of them will raise their hand and say no. What does that have to do with the value of my vehicle, with whether or not I'm a good driver? It's just wrong. We can't allow these practices to be used against our residents. So thank you so much for the chairwoman, and again, I did respectively withdraw the amendment and know that we need further discussion and debate on this issue, and look forward to working with committee staff and the chairwoman on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The Congresswoman withdrew. If there are no further amendments without objection, the previous question is ordered on H.R. 5332, and further proceedings on recorded votes are postponed. Members are advised that the committee will take pending and expected markup votes immediately after the first vote series on the floor. The committee stands in recess.
Testing 1, 2.
The committee will come to order, a quorum being present. Pursuant to the chair's previous order, the committee will now take the recorded votes that the chair previously postponed. The committee will now take the recorded vote on H.R. 5322, the Ensuring Diversity in Community Banking Act of 2019 as amended, to be reported favorably to the House. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney. Ms. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Aye. Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Clay. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Lawson. Mr. St. Nicholas. Ms. Talib. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Phillips. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Ms. Wagner. Ms. Wagner votes aye. Mr. King. Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Madam Chairwoman. The Chairwoman votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye.
Mr. Stivers?
Aye.
Mr. Stivers votes aye.
Mr. San Nicolas?
Aye.
Mr. St. Nicholas votes aye.
Mr. Meeks?
Mr. Meeks votes aye.
Mr. Emmer?
Mr. Emmer votes aye.
Any other member wishing to vote? Mr. Gott, did he vote? Mr. Gottheimer vote? Mr. Green, did Mr. Green vote?
Mr. Green, you're recorded as voting aye. Mrs. Maloney, you're recorded as voting aye. Ms. Velasquez, you are recorded as voting aye.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Sherman, you are recorded as voting aye.
Mr. Perlmutter?
Mr. Perlmutter, you are recorded as voting aye.
Ms. Presley?
Ms. Presley votes aye.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
Ms. St. Nicholas, you are recorded as voting aye.
I'm Ms. Garcia. Mr. St. Nicholas may not be here, but I'm here.
My apologies. Ms. Garcia, you are recorded as voting aye.
Okay, let's be clear. Garcia of Texas, where am I?
Ms. Wexton?
Thank you.
Ms. Wexton?
Ms. Wexton, you are recorded as voting aye.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Adams?
how am I recorded?
Ms. Adams, you are recorded as voting aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Vargas?
Mr. Vargas votes aye. Ms. Porter, you're recorded.
Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Caston?
Madam Chair, how am I recorded as voting?
Mr. Caston, you're recorded as voting aye.
As the clerk. Madam Clerk.
He voted. Have all members voted? Does any member wish?
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
Who is seeking to be recognized, Ms. Presley?
Yes, how am I recorded?
Ms. Presley, you are recorded as voting aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a while since we voted. Can you tell me how I was recorded?
Mr. Garcia, you are recorded as voting aye.
Have all members voted, and does any member wish to change his or her vote?
No.
You okay? Okay. The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 52 ayes and 0 noes.
Majority having voted in favor, H.R. 5322 as amended is reported favorably to the House. The committee will now take the recorded vote on H.R. 5315, the Expanding Opportunities for Minority Depository Institutions Act of 2019 as amended, to be reported favorably to the House. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney? Aye. Mrs. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Aye. Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Clay? Mr. Scott? Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter votes aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Hines votes aye. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mr. Heck? Mr. Heck votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes aye. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Phillips. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Ms. Wagner. Ms. Wagner votes aye. Mr. King. Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Madam Chairwoman.
Aye.
The Chairwoman votes aye.
Mr. Cleaver? Would you record your vote aye?
Mr. Cleaver votes aye.
Mr. Clay?
Vote aye. Mr. Clay votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Phillips votes aye.
Ms. Beatty?
Ms. Beatty votes aye.
Ms. Tlaib?
Ms. Tlaib votes aye.
A majority having, the clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 57 ayes and 0 noes.
A majority having voted in favor, H.R. 5315 as amended is reported favorably to the House. The committee will now take the votes postponed on amendments to H.R. 4545, the Private Loan Disability Discharge Act of 2019. The question occurs on the amendment by Ms. Wagner. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
No.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
No.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. No. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. No. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes no. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes no. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes no. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Ms. Wagner. Ms. Wagner votes aye. Mr. King. Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luchtemeier. Mr. Luchtemeier votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Madam Chairwoman. The chairwoman votes no.
Mr. Hill?
Mr. Hill votes aye.
Mr. Posey? Did you vote? Okay. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 25 ayes and 32 noes.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. A majority having voted against the amendment. The question now occurs on approving the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4545. All those in favor of approving the amendment say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 4545 as amended to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 4545 favorably, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
On that, ask for a
Madam
recorded
Chair.
vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney. Yes. Ms. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Aye. Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Aye. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Promoter. Mr. Promoter votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes aye. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Aye. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes aye. Mr. McHenry.
No.
Mr. McHenry votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. King. Mr. King votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff votes no. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Madam Chairwoman.
Aye.
The Chairwoman votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? A majority having voted in favor. The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 32 ayes and 25 noes.
A majority having voted in favor, H.R. 4545 as amended is reported favorably to the House. The committee will now take the votes postponed on amendments to H.R. 5924, the Student Borrower Protections Act. The question occurs on the amendment by Mr. Lukemeyer on behalf of Mr. Barr. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Heck.
Mr. Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes no. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes no. Mr. McHenry. Mrs. Wagner. Aye. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. King. Aye. Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Aye. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davison votes aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Madam Chairwoman.
Have all members? Mr. Maloney. I know. It's Mr. Maloney. Waters, no. Ms. Maloney?
The chairwoman votes no.
Ms. Maloney?
Mr. McHenry votes aye.
Did Mr. McHenry vote? Okay. And did I vote? I said no. Okay, all right. Have all members voted?
How am I recorded? No?
Ms. Maloney, you're not recorded as voted.
Okay, no.
Mrs. Maloney votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 26 ayes and 32 noes.
A majority haven't voted against the amendment. The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on approving the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5924. All those in favor of approving the amendment say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 5924 as amended to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 5924 favorably say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
Aye.
Mrs. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Aye. Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Aye. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Clay. Aye. Mr. Clay votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. Yay. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Promoter. Aye. Mr. Promoter votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes aye. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Adams. Aye. Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes aye. Mr. McHenry. Mrs. Wagner.
No.
Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. King. No. Mr. King votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luchtemeier. Mr. Luchtemeier votes no. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Barr.
We're here.
Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff votes no. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Style. Mr. Style votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Madam Chairwoman.
Aye.
The Chairwoman votes aye.
Mr. Stivers?
Mr. Stivers votes no.
Oh, Mr. McHenry?
Mr. McHenry votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 32 ayes and 26 noes.
A majority having voted in favor of 5294 as amended, it is reported favorably to the House. The committee will now take the votes postponed on amendments to H.R. 5287, the Fair Student Loan Debt Collection Practices Act of 2019. The question occurs on the substitute amendment by Mr. Zeldin. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
No.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez. No. Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. No. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Promoter. Mr. Promoter votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes no. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes no. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Mr. Garcia. No. Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes no. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner.
Yes.
Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. King. Aye. Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Aye. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luchtenmeyer. Mr. Luchtenmeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers. Aye. Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Style. Mr. Style votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Madam Chairwoman.
No.
The Chairwoman votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 26 ayes and 32 noes.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlemen? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? The amendment has been dispensed with. The question now occurs on approving the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5287. All those in favor of approving the amendment say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering 5287 as amended to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 5287 favorably say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 5287 as amended. Ms. Wagner is recognized.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second, and a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
Aye.
Mrs. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Aye. Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes aye. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Aye. Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Aye. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes aye. Mr. McHenry. No. Mr. McHenry votes no. Mrs. Wagner. No. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. King. No. Mr. King votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luchtenmeyer. Mr. Luchtenmeyer votes no. Mr. Huizenga. No. Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Stivers. No. Mr. Stivers votes no. Mr. Barr. No. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Madam Chairwoman.
Aye.
The Chairwoman votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 32 ayes and 24 noes.
A majority having voted in favor, H.R. 5287 as amended is reported favorably to the House. The committee will now take the recorded vote on H.R. 1731, the Cybersecurity Disclosure Act of 2019, as amended, to be reported favorably to the House. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney.
Yes.
Ms. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Yes.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Yes. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Aye. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes aye. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes aye. Mr. McHenry.
No.
Mr. McHenry votes no. Mrs. Wagner. No. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. King. No. Mr. King votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Madam Chairwoman.
Aye.
The Chairwoman votes aye.
Mr. Kustoff, did he vote? Mr. Kustoff is not. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 32 ayes and 24 noes.
A majority having voted in favor, H.R. 1731, as amended, is reported favorably to the House. The committee now take the votes postponed on amendments to H.R. 5330, the Consumer Protections for Medical Debt Collections Act. The question occurs on the substitute amendment by Mr. Loudermilk. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney. No. Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez. No. Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. No. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. No. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Clay. No. Mr. Clay votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. No. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. No. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes no. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes no. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. No. Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes no. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. King. Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lutemeyer. Mr. Lutemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Aye. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes aye. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Madam Chairwoman?
No.
The chairwoman votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 24 ayes and 32 noes.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on approving the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5330. All those in favor of approving the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 5330 as amended to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 5330 favorably say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney?
Aye.
Mrs. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Clay? Mr. Clay votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Promoter? Mr. Promoter votes aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Heck? Mr. Heck votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lawson? Mr. Lawson votes aye. Mr. St. Nicholas? Mr. St. Nicholas votes aye. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Ms. Porter? Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Axney? Ms. Axney votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. McAdams? Mr. McAdams votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes aye. Ms. Gabbard? Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips votes aye. Mr. McHenry?
No.
Mr. McHenry votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. King? Mr. King votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer? Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizenga? Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Tipton? Mr. Tipton votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Zeldin? Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd votes no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Hollingsworth? Mr. Hollingsworth votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Rose?
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Riggleman? Mr. Riggleman votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Madam Chairwoman?
Aye.
The chairwoman votes aye.
A majority having, the clerk will report. The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 31 ayes and 24 noes.
A majority having voted in favor, H.R. 5330 as amended is reported favorably to the House. The committee will now take the votes postponed on amendments to H.R. 5332, the Protecting Your Credit Score Act of 2019. The question occurs on the amendment by Mr. McHenry. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney?
No.
Mrs. Maloney votes no. Ms. Velasquez? No. Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Clay? Mr. Clay votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes no. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes no. Mr. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes no. Mr. McHenry.
Aye.
Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Aye. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. King. Aye. Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes aye. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Rose.
Yes.
Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Madam Chairwoman.
No.
The Chairwoman votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 24 ayes and 31 noes.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on approving the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5332. All those in favor of approving the amendment say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 5332 as amended to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 5332 favorably say aye. Those opposed, nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. There is a sufficient second and a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Maloney. Aye. Mrs. Maloney votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson votes aye. Mr. St. Nicholas. Mr. St. Nicholas votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter votes aye. Ms. Axney. Ms. Axney votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. McAdams. Mr. McAdams votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips votes aye. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. King. Mr. King votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd votes no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Riggleman. Mr. Riggleman votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Madam Chairwoman. The Chairwoman votes aye.
A majority? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? I will ask the members not to leave the room. We are going to take a committee picture. Waters, aye. The clerk will report.
On that vote, Madam Chairwoman, there are 31 ayes and 24 noes.
A majority having voted in favor, H.R. 50 through 32 as amended is reported favorably to the House. Should I do this now? Without objection, committee staff is authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to all bills under consideration pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2(1). All committee members will have the right to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental, additional, minority, and dissenting views to all bills under consideration. The clerk will pause. Who is the photographer? The committee is adjourned, and will you please await the photographer? The photographer is about to take a picture. Will the LAs remove all papers from the desk? Yes. I don't know, is that what happened?
You can ask all staff after they remove all papers to sit in the audience.
So they're not in the picture?
No.